Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you two. Yeah, feel free to hang out wherever you like. So we have a specific project that we're working on today, which luckily we have some examples on our front pedestals right here and over there. So these are some goblets that are being made for our Red Hot auction coming up in September, mid to late September. And today we're specifically seeing them make the seahorses that will go into the stem of the goblet. And these have a lot of detail in them, so it's a lot of effort to create them, and therefore they usually will make just the single components by themselves, like the stem, set them aside, and then make the other components and bring things together. So this is still pretty much the beginning of the process right here. Ben has a couple of gathers of clear glass, which he has added a little bit of an amber color to before stuffing it inside of a mold. And that mold has given us ridges just straight from the pipe all the way to the end of the glass. So we already had those ridges going from the pipe to the end of the glass, and now since we're wrapping glass around the entire length of, what we already had, we're ending up with these crisscrossing lines, or basically a waffle sort of pattern. So this is the entire color and texture for the overall body. Now that we have that, we can start heating this up and shaping it into its final form, starting with kind of the tail end. So again, starting with the tail end, we're curling the glass onto itself. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I'll just give a little overview as to what we have going on and who we have here. So this is our resident hot shop team. These guys work here full time at the museum. And we're going to see them make specifically these seahorses that are inside of the stems of these goblets. And we have some examples on both of our front pedestals, so feel free to take a closer look if you like. We so far have the overall body of the seahorse. We've curled up the tail onto itself, and now we're just starting to work with the head. And you'll see we're going to continuously be bringing these small bits of glass over on the end of a pipe. And the only color that we're using for all of the fins and the face and all these small bits is gold leaf. We're just rolling the clear glass in gold leaf and then bringing it over. So these pieces end up being pretty shiny. So we often reuse our clear glass, and in the case of these pieces, we're actually cutting all of the extra little bits of glass off into a bowl that have gold on them. They don't have the heart to throw them away. They'll find a way to use them in the future. Yeah. Yeah, good question. So I'll give an overview of the hot shop for everyone who's joined in. So the very first thing I like to point out is the glass furnace itself, which is the tank with the closed door. And inside of there, we have a ceramic crucible that's filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's the one piece of equipment that we keep on 24/7. Just make sure the glass is the same temperature and consistency. And then at each of the benches, we have a place to reheat the glass. And these furnaces run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And you'll see us use this quite a bit as well. This is a flame in the corner of it. It's called the garage. And it is sitting at just about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of like putting a piece on pause when we put it in there, just warm enough to not break. So yeah, you'll see Sarah come out with a fresh new bit of glass each time she goes inside of the furnace. And then this is where we're picking up our gold leaf. This is just to prevent air from whisking it away. It's really light. So in the store, we have plenty of items that have been made by our hot shop team, but it's usually specifically labeled as such. So there's a portion of it that's made by our team, and then there's a portion of it that's made by local artists, and then there's a portion, I don't know where it comes from, but yeah, all over the place. Yeah, and same with the gallery too. There's some pieces that were made here at the museum, and they specifically labeled them made at MOG, which is Museum of Glass. Oh yeah, definitely. And once we finish one of these, we'll knock it off onto a heated tray and then carry it over to the garage to be put away temporarily, which, as you might remember, this is what's going to keep the glass warm at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's actually a special mixture that we use. It's a soda lime glass, so mostly silica sand, as you would imagine, and then a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and apparently our mixture has a little bit of lithium as well, which makes the glass soft. So yeah, very specific. If you mix different kinds of glass in a piece, like if you use glasses that aren't compatible with each other, they will break apart or crack. It's really interesting. Hey, welcome in. Oh, right now. We're working on making a seahorse right now, which these are used for the stems of these goblets right here. And these are for upcoming Red Hot auction, mid to late September. Yeah, we're going to be working on these seahorses for a little bit here till we have a nice collection of them. And we've actually come pretty far already with this one seahorse. We have the entire body, we've formed the lower half, and now we're just starting to work on the head. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Let me share what we're working on real quick. We have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. So these guys work here full time for the museum. And we're going to see them make some of these seahorses like you see within the stems of these goblets. And we have some on both of our front pedestals. You're welcome to come down to the front and take a closer look at them. And we are finishing one of these off right now. We have just started adding on some of the fins and details to the seahorse. We already have the overall shape of the body, the head, the eyes. All of these little details that we're adding right now are using gold leaf for the color that's being picked up inside of this black box in the front. So we pick up that gold, we'll bring it over, and we can just place it onto the side of the piece before cutting it away and then shaping it into its final shape. Yeah, we're going to be making a decent handful of these seahorses, setting them aside to stay warm. And then I heard that we might see a second project in the second half of the day, but we need to get a lot of these seahorses done because these goblets are for our Red Hot auction coming up in mid to late September. And once we finish each one of these, we'll knock them off onto a heated tray and then carry them over to the garage, which is this silver box right here. There's a flame in the corner on the inside, and it'll just keep the glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which sounds super hot, but at that temperature, the glass is still solid. It's just warm enough to keep it from breaking. So just like that, we have another one done. And I know none of you have seen the beginning of the process, so I suggest you stick around and wait until you see how we get these started, and then you'll have a good idea of how this entire thing came to be. And I'll point out some important pieces of equipment, such as the glass furnace right here, the tank with the closed door that they're going inside of now. There's a ceramic crucible in the base of this sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and this is going to hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. So each time we go in here, we're getting more glass on the end of our pipe. So we're gathering up our second layer of clear, and this is all the glass that we're gonna need for the body of our seahorse. And this is where we're getting the color. So we're rolling the glass in a dish. This dish is filled with these little shards of colored glass. So fine that it's almost like a powder, but this is like a nice amber color that we're going to get for the whole body of the piece. So we took that colored glass, we stuffed it into a mold on the floor, and that mold gave us ridges from the end of the pipe to the end of the glass, just stick straight all the way down. And then we have shaped this into kind of a general shape for the body of our seahorse, and we'll eventually come up to the front here and use these rollers. Now, when Ben turns the pipe in these rollers, the rollers pull the pipe back at these really small, even increments, and that's going to create perfectly spaced striping when we wrap this glass around the body. So now because of this, we have these crisscrossing lines, the three-dimensional texture, almost like a waffle texture across the surface of the glass. So for the two who just joined, welcome in. We are working on these seahorses, which hopefully you guys can see them all right from where you're sitting. Seahorses within the stems of these goblets. And these goblets are for a red hot auction coming up in mid to late September. So we're preparing now, getting those seahorses down, making sure the shape is perfect, and then on a later date, we'll be able to start assembling them inside of our goblets. So all we're gonna see for now is the creation of the seahorses themselves, which for example, right here, we're just now forming the tail end, curling that onto itself for our seahorse. So this is the first bit of glass that we've brought over and attached to our piece, forming our first fin. And all of these fins and details that we're adding to the piece are actually using gold as the only color in the glass. So we took our clear glass, we brought it to this black box in the front, and inside of here we have a bunch of gold leaf laid out inside of there, just to prevent the air from whisking it away. It's so light, so we keep it in that box. And for those who just joined in, we have these example pieces on the front pedestal right here. Well, both of our front pedestals. This one's closest to you. And we're working on these seahorses inside of the stems of these goblets. And we already have basically the overall shape of the body. We're just now starting to bring some of the details over, such as the fins. So we brought a small bit of clear glass over, attached it to the very bottom of the tail of the seahorse. And we're just about to bring over another pipe. We'll attach that to the little platform that we just created. And then break the piece off of its first pipe. We have to do this for a lot of pieces, whether they're blown or sculpted, so that we're able to flip the orientation of the piece, start working on the other half of it. So actually the seahorses, I think, are one of the kind of traditional animals that they put in like Venetian goblets, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I know that dragons are really popular, but yeah, it is a classic Venetian design. I heard one of them talking about how the texturing that they get is specifically part of that. Oh yeah, you're welcome to take a closer look, any of you guys, if you want to. So just to make sure you guys are caught up over there, we're working on these seahorses. Yeah, okay. Now one is facing towards you a little bit better. And we've been working on these for a little while. Again, these are for a red hot auction coming up in mid to late September. So about 6 months to prepare or so. And yeah, we're going to be working on these at least for the first half of the day, making sure we get a good number of them done. And after forming the overall shape of the head and the neck, we'll bring over this tray. This tray has all of our eyes on it, which actually came from these little rods down here that have black in the center and then yellow in the middle, or black in the center, yellow on the outside. We just cut off small pieces of them and then stick them onto the sides of the head. And all of these consecutive little bits of glass that we're bringing over and attaching, all are using gold leaf, which we're picking up from inside of that black box in the front right here. That black box is just preventing the leaf from blowing away from our ventilation. We're creating all of the fins and smaller details like the horns on the head. And we're saving every little scrap of gold glass that we can. Yeah, we try to keep the glass at just about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit when it's solid in the hot shop. So it's hovering right around that temperature right now. Otherwise, if it cools down too much further than that, it'll start to break from thermal shock. And then once we are done with our piece, like pretty soon here, we'll start getting ready to break it off and put it away. We'll knock it off into the silver box right here called the garage, which sits at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit itself to keep the glass from breaking temporarily, and then eventually we'll cool it down slowly. And now we start from the top. We're going to continue to work on these seahorses. I do want to point out a couple of things. So first of all, I have information about a lot of different things. Been working here for a little while. So if you have any questions about glass in general or things you've seen in the gallery, feel free to ask away. And I'll also give an overview of the hot shop because I know a few new people joined in and you guys joined in a little bit later. So the first thing I like to point out is the glass furnace, which is the tank with the closed door that Ben just went inside of. And this is holding up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's kind of the upper end of the temperatures that we're working with in here. And it's all just clear glass. So we always start with clear. We have to add our color through various means. And now that we have the 2 layers of clear, we just rolled the glass briefly into this little metal dish that's sitting on that table. Kind of similar to what you see right here. This is just holding scrap, but inside of that metal dish, we have shards of colored glass that are going to create a layer of this really light golden amber across the entire body. It's just different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass to get the color. And then we have heated that glass up. We stuffed it into a mold. And so now we have ridges going from the pipe to the very end of the glass. And this will be lengthened and shaped into the overall body of the seahorse. So now that we have our ridges going straight to the end, this way we're going to add some ridges wrapping around the glass. So we use these rollers, which will pull the pipe back at these really even small increments as we turn the pipe. And then we wrap some clear glass around. So now we have crisscrossing ridges across the glass, and this is kind of creating a waffle texture if you look at the piece up close. Yeah, all of our equipment is running off of natural gas, except for maybe a couple of little things, but we're not using those things today, to be honest. So now that we have those ridges, we could start to shape this into its final form. And just to orient you a little bit, the head of the seahorse is going to be right where the pipe is attached right now. So we work on the lower half of the seahorse first. So we've curled the tail onto itself. And now we'll start adding on our first fins. And again, all of the bits of color or bits of glass that we're bringing over from here on to the end of the process are using gold leaf. So anytime we go inside of this black box in the front, we're picking up a piece of that gold leaf around our clear glass. We give it a brief heat, and then we bring it over and attach it to our piece. So once we've finished basically the tail area of our seahorse, we attach on a bit of clear, which is flattened down into a pad. And you could think of this as, I don't know, basically a connection point where we're eventually going to be attaching the foot of the goblet, and shortly we're going to be attaching another pipe to that little disc of clear we just created. And this is a really important step in the process of working with glass. A lot of pieces we need to work on one side and then break it off of the first pipe and work on the other side. So this is how we break it off of that first pipe. We attach a second pipe and then use a little bit of thermal shock to crack that connection between the first pipe. I know it's really quick. Since this piece is so small, all we have to do is just squeeze nice and hard with a metal tool, and that causes a crack. But with bigger pieces, you'd usually see us apply water to crack the connection. And welcome into those who just joined in. We have our resident hot shop team on the floors. These guys work here full time for the museum. And we are seeing them make some very specific seahorses, the golden color, for these goblets. And we're just going to see them work on the seahorses themselves for a while. I think for the first half of the day entirely. They might switch it up for the second half of the day. And these goblets are for our Red Hot auction coming up mid to late September. So preparing about 6 months in advance, but these pieces are very complex. The seahorses are Venetian style, and they're still getting that exact shape down to the way that they want it. And these are really cool. They have literal gold in the fins and the face and all these little details. And I have just been walking through the process, describing as we go along how they're making this piece. You guys are welcome to take a closer look at these goblets as well by coming down in the front and taking pictures and just getting a peek. So we're working on the head section of our seahorse now. So this bit that we've brought over next is going to form the face of our seahorse. Oh yeah, and we're saving all these extra little bits of gold glass. Our artists don't have a use for them quite yet, but they don't have the heart to throw away literal pieces of gold, so we're putting them in this dish in the front. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on these seahorses that are inside of the stems of these goblets, right on the front pedestals. Feel free to take a closer look, take pictures. These are going to be made for at least the first half of the day today, just so we can really get the design down, because these are for our Red Hot auction, which comes up each year in the fall, this year mid to late September. And Red Hot is the way that the museum raises funds for our museum to be able to continue to run it, keep our furnaces going. So we have finished off one of these seahorses just as you guys have come in. Yeah, Ben's been working on and improving this design for a little while now, just making little tweaks each time he sits down to work on them. And these use literal gold for the fins and small details such as the face. So if you look closer, you'll be able to see that shine. And the body uses a nice light golden amber colored glass. So once we finish one of these seahorses, like we just have now, we'll knock it off onto a heated tray, and we'll carry it over to the garage, which is a silver box right here, to set it aside and keep it warm. We have to keep the glass at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to prevent it from breaking. So we're constantly heating it up very lightly, or we're putting it aside in a hot box like this. And then it's off to the next one. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys came in later part of the process, so you'll be able to see the process from the beginning starting about now. Yeah, it's a continuous process. What we do at the museum is we usually just work straight until our lunch break, which is about 1 p.m., and then we come back at 2 and then work straight to the end of the day. Yeah, we always have something going on the hot shop floor. Yeah, it's such an interesting process. So we've already gathered 2 layers of clear glass from our glass furnace, which is the tank with the closed door in the back. And we have stuffed this into a mold, so we have ridges going straight from the pipe all the way to the end of the glass. And now we're adding ridges in the opposite direction, wrapping around the piece using these rollers up in the front. So we'll end up with these crisscrossing lines across the entire seahorse's body, or basically like a waffle texture. And you can see this if you look a little bit closer at the pieces on our pedestals. So once we have our texture, that's when we start to really shape the entire piece of glass into the body of the seahorse. And just to orient you guys, the tail end of the seahorse is furthest away from the pipe right now. So he's going to start taking that and curling or twisting the tail onto itself like the seahorse is holding on to something. So once we have the overall shape of the body, we start bringing these bits of glass over, these sculptural bits for the fins and other details. And this is when another piece of equipment comes into play. So there's this black box in the front right here. And we have a bunch of gold leaf laid out inside of this box to prevent it from being whisked away by the ventilation that we have here. So we pick up our gold leaf, we bring it over, and we start to attach, cut off, and then shape these bits of glass into our fins. The glass we're bringing over is always somewhere between like 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, probably closer to the upper end because it's almost fresh out of the furnace. And when it's literally fresh out of the furnace, which is the tank with the closed door, that's sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of the texture of honey. Yeah, so you all will see Sarah go into the furnace one more time right here. We're only ever picking up clear glass from the furnace. It's just one big ceramic crucible filled with clear molten glass. So if we want to add color, we have to add on, well, in this case, our gold leaf, or we have a little metal dish that has a sort of amber color that we used for the body. And this is a really important moment right here. We've just attached a pipe onto the very bottom or end of the tail, and then we broke the piece away from its first pipe. And this is just to flip the orientation of the piece so we can work on the head end now. And we do this for a lot of blown pieces too, for example. So when you blow a piece on the end of a blowpipe is like a straw, and you can think of the glass like a balloon. We form the bottom of the piece first, like this cup. Form the bottom, attach the pipe right here, the second pipe, and then break it away from its first pipe, which would be connected right at the top. Oh yeah, and I guess I didn't share this with you guys yet, but this is the last seahorse we're going to see before we move on to a different project, actually. So we're going to see them work on some Incalmo pieces, which are different blown sections of glass brought together, so you have different sections or striping of color in the piece. Yeah, we'll see how they turn out. It's kind of the only description I got was Incalmo. So we're picking up the eyes right now. These have black in the center and then kind of a golden yellow on the outside. And just to share, this is what the eyes look like in the very beginning. They're these rods of colored glass with black in the center and then yellow on the outside. And they basically just cut little sections of them off, lay them on the tray, and then heat them up before attaching them. Yeah, there's an incredible level of detail in these little seahorses. Oh yeah, I've been pointing this out here and there, but we cut all the little extra bits of glass off of the pipe for the fins and things like that because we're using gold leaf and we don't want to waste any of the gold. And I don't know if they're sure quite yet what they're going to do with those scraps of gold, but they definitely don't want to waste them. So they're just saving them all in a little dish for now. So there's another seahorse done. We'll start preparing to break it off, torching the pipe or the glass connecting the piece and the pipe, and then we'll knock it off into this silver box right here called the garage, which is sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit itself, just like the piece right now. And that'll keep it warm, just prevent it from breaking. In the meantime, we will start on a different project once we break this off and put it away. So there's another seahorse done. And I know for those who just came in a little bit later, you didn't hear my whole explanation yet, so I'll point out the seahorses are made for the stems of these goblets that we have on our front pedestals. And you're welcome to take a closer look at these if you like. They have a really high level of detail in them, including like little eyes that are yellow and black and gold leaf within the fins and the face, and a texture across the entire body, sort of a waffle texture, like crisscrossing lines. So yeah, just a really high level of detail, no wonder they take so long. And we're gonna start working on some blown pieces next. We'll see an encalmo technique, which I'll go into further detail pretty soon after a little rundown of the hot shop. So the first piece of equipment I want to point out is the tank that Sarah's going inside of right now. So this has a pool of molten glass inside of a large ceramic crucible in the base of it, and it sits at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have multiple ways of coloring the glass. The way that we've been coloring the seahorses, for example, is we're using these shards of color, which are sitting inside of the dish that Sarah just rolled in. So that sticks to the outside of the clear glass, and it forms a layer of amber color for the body. I get questions about protective equipment every once in a while, and these artists have been working with glass for a long time, maybe like 20 to 30 years individually. So they're really comfortable with the material. They're really comfortable with the hot shop. They've been working here basically since the museum opened. And on top of that, as long as you're avoiding touching the wrong end of the tool and the glass itself, you're perfectly fine. And I think accidents don't really happen very frequently, especially with these guys. I think maybe if you're first starting or something like that, it's more common. So this is our first blown piece of the day. So Ben has picked up a blowpipe, which is basically like a long steel straw, and has picked up a single gather of clear glass on the end of it and already blown a bubble into this glass. So this is now hollow. So at the center bench right here, we just took some molten colored glass and we dropped it down on top of that bubble. And we'll go through the process now of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up the clear glass and you can't really see the clear glass bubble. And that creates a really smooth, even layer of color across the piece, kind of like this right here, this amber bubble of glass. You can't really tell that it's mostly clear glass. It just looks like it's made from color, but it's not. It's just a thin layer of color within the walls of the piece. So this is called a color drop or a color overlay, and this is a pretty common way to color the glass, actually. Yeah, so colored glass is pretty expensive, and the colored glass that we get shipped in is really rich, so we only have to use small amounts of it at a time, and then when we blow it out, it's thinned out to the color that we actually want. If we leave a piece of like green or blue solid and use it, the color is so rich that you can't see through it at all, like a transparent color. And then as it thins out, that's when you start to see the blues and the greens and things like that. Also, to keep in mind, the glass furnaces have clear glass inside of them only, like a molten pool of clear glass. Well, technically, you can have colored furnaces. You could put color inside of a glass furnace, but then you're stuck using that one color over and over again, and it's really hard to switch it out or clean it out. So yeah, there's a reason behind everything. So now that we've let that layer of color cool down, we'll start gathering up layers of clear glass over top of it. And this is just giving us more material to work with and to blow out and to turn into our final piece. And Sarah's working on another glass bubble over on the left bench. And I just wanted to point out again that this piece is going to be an encalmo, which means we'll have multiple sections of blown glass coming together. So we're working on multiple sections at a time to bring together. And do we have the Encalmo diagram that we can show off real quick? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a diagram now. I just wanted to show this off. So this is what it would look like for attaching two blown sections of color together. You're essentially forming these cup-like shapes, and you bring them together by the openings, and then you have one bubble that has two different colors on it. Thank you. And of course, this will look different depending on the piece that you're making or the exact textures or colors that you're going for. So we'll see exactly how it looks, but the idea is multiple blown sections coming together. So we've blown out our bubble at the center bench a little bit, and we've taken the jacks, which are these two metal blades, squeezed them down right off the end of the pipe into that bubble, basically just creating a weak point to break the piece off pretty soon. So it depends on the heat of the glass. If the glass is really hot, you blow super softly. Otherwise, you risk blowing it too thin. So it's almost like a whisper. And then sometimes if the glass is really thick, it's a really big piece. You're really trying to fill it up with air. Or if it's a little cold, then you have to blow a little harder. But yeah, oftentimes we don't have to blow super hard. Yeah, so we just attached a solid pipe onto the end of this bubble, and we broke it off of its blowpipe. And by doing this, we are revealing the small opening that initially air was passing through and into the bubble. So we'll be able to open it up from there and widen it into basically exactly this shape right here, this cup shape. So I guess it is going to look a lot like that diagram I showed off, where we have one cup and then we have half a bubble on another pipe and we bring them together. So after heating up the front half of this bubble, Ben is going on the inside of the piece with the jacks. Again, those two metal blades, and he's just lightly lifting up the wall and opening this piece up. And they'll do a little size check, make sure that these two pieces will connect at just the right size. So now we're ready to bring those two sections together. If we push them onto each other, we'll give the pipe a little puff of air and smooth out that connection before breaking this smaller pipe away. So now we have those two sections connected on the end of just one blowpipe, and this has fully formed a new bubble with two colors. So I wanted to point out we used a new tool, which is that pad that Ben had in his hand. And this is actually just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with a little bit of water. And surprisingly, you can't feel any heat through them. They conform to the shape of your hand, so they're a really nice tool to use on the glass. And at this point, we've created a new jack line, so a new place to break this piece off from later on, which is that divot in the glass that we were squeezing in. And I did get a question about this torch, so I'll point out this is also running off of natural gas, but the reason we use a torch at all is just to heat up sections of glass at a time, instead of heating up the entire thing overall like we kind of are right now. And for those who just joined in, we're working on something a little bit new. So this is an encalmo piece, which means that we have multiple blown sections of glass that have come together. That's how we have the transparent color on the end and then clear kind of near the pipe. And we're going to blow this out into some sort of shape. I think the artists are practicing or just having a little bit of fun with these. We were working on some of these seahorses earlier, which I saw some of you guys looking at these just a moment ago. We were working on these seahorses. These goblets are for the Red Hot auction coming up in mid to late September. And we have this auction each year to raise funds for the museum. So we have lots going on today, or have had lots of things going on today. And now we've moved on to flattening the bottom. We're just pushing a wooden paddle onto the bottom. We're keeping the jacks, those two middle blades, on the side and pushing the glass into a nice crisp corner. Now, all of the equipment that we're working with is running between about 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Surprisingly, it only takes maybe about an hour for things to heat up properly, but the glass furnaces, the tanks with the closed doors that actually hold the molten glass, those stay on 24/7. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Everything else gets turned off, and the annealers, for example, those large boxes on our far walls and in the front, this is where we put our finished pieces, and those cool down really slowly. They're programmed to cool down a certain amount over a certain period of time. Oh yeah, at this point we attached a second pipe to the bottom of the piece, broke it off of that first pipe, and again the whole point of this is we form the bottom half of the piece first, and then we flip the orientation, and then we start to open it up and finish off the top half of the piece. So we'll start by trimming some glass away first, using some shears to cut that glass. And then we'll use the jacks, which are these two metal blades, to go on the inside and start to open this up to its final form. And if you notice us hovering around with these wooden paddles, we're actually just shielding the artist's hand and arm from the radiant heat more than shaping the glass. We used it on the very bottom to flatten the bottom, but every other time we're usually just shielding the artist's hand. So we have actually had that happen before. It happens every once in a great while, especially if there are maybe like students on the floor. Like every third Thursday, we have youth come in from Hilltop Artists, so middle schoolers and high schoolers working with glass. And if anything ever falls off in there, we basically just take the same pipe that it just fell off of and quickly just like stick it into the glass over and over again, like stabbing it on, and then take it out piece by piece. Yeah, so not a huge deal, and usually it gets hot enough that it starts to all stick together as one mass, and then it's hot enough to stick to the pipe, and you just pull it out. If you leave it, it'll melt into a puddle. And now we start getting ready to break this piece off, I assume, or actually, never mind. Maybe, I think that we're gonna add some details to this piece. Earlier, I saw them making some little circular handles. I don't know if anyone was around for that little part. Remember when they were curling the glass around the metal rods on the table? Just making circular handles. So we're bringing one of those handles over. We'll grab it with a preheated metal tool, heat up that connection point, and then stick it onto the piece. Now to break the piece off, we apply some water near the end of the pipe. This is going to cause some cracking at that connection. And then a tap of the pipe, and that should knock it off. We'll torch the bottom, making sure that those cracks stay right where they were placed and don't spread. And now we carry it over to the annealer to be put away. The colors you see now are pretty accurate to the final piece, so pink and gold and clear. And that's our first blown piece of the day, the first thing that we're putting in the annealer. And let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work so far today. Thank you. So the annealer, or this box, sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to slowly cool that glass down overnight. And we're going to continue on with that project. We're going to make a different blown shape, but using those same techniques of different colors coming together and different handles. Yeah. So this bit of glass right here is going to turn into a small ring, which will be used as a decorative handle for our next piece. We'll make a couple of these in a row so that our piece is symmetrical. So interestingly enough, usually what we start with is what we end up with. So if you take a piece of glass like this, oh, luckily there's a whole box of color that I could use as an example. So if you take a piece of color bar, what you see is what you usually end up with. There are some colors that will change. Uh, they are called striking colors, and some of those will include like yellows and pinks and some other interesting things. They might look clear while you're working with them, and then they'll change color as they cool down slowly. And it's all to do with the annealing cycle, that really slow cooling. Yeah, colors will look temporarily different while we're working with them in the hot shop too, though. So for example, reds, for some reason, they will look black or gray. Nothing like that bright cherry red they used to be, and like they will be. But they start the same and end the same, even though it looks black while we're working with it. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We're going to be working on a small blown piece that's going to have a transparent section and a transparent colored section coming together. So we're working on the two sections at two separate benches right now. The clear is over on the left, and then at the center bench, this is going to be like a light pink color, like our last piece for those who are here for the last one. So we're blowing out this bubble at the center bench here, using the jacks to shape and cool. So we've blown this bubble out at the center bench as far as we will at the moment. And we're going to bring over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end of it and attach it to the end of this bubble, just so that we can break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. And over on that left bench, Sarah has been working with that clear glass. It looks like she's opened up the end of that bubble. So if she were to blow into the end of that pipe right now, the air would just pass all the way through. So now that we have that bubble on a second pipe right here, we will be able to start opening this up from the inside, getting it to the same size of opening as the bubble that we created over on the left bench. So just a little size check, seeing how much bigger or smaller we need to make those openings. So now we bring the two together, we'll give it a little puff of air before breaking this smaller pipe away. And now we have our two pieces connected. And we can just treat this like a normal bubble of glass from here. So we'll heat this up and start blowing it out into its final shape. And it is going to be a different shape than the last piece we made. Again, if you guys saw the last piece, switching it up a little bit each time. So we grabbed the jacks, which are those two metal blades, and the first thing we did was kind of holding onto the glass and pulling away from the pipe, so stretching a neck into the glass, creating a neck. So using a small torch, we focus heat just on the very end of the bubble so that we can flatten the bottom without affecting the shape of the rest of the piece. And then once we have the bottom of the piece done, we bring over another pipe. We'll attach it right to the center of the bottom. And then kind of like earlier, we will break the piece off of its first pipe. And this is done applying a little bit of water and just a quick tap of the pipe. So after heating up the glass, we'll be able to trim some of that opening away. Something that we do for all of our blown pieces. And for those who just joined in, we're just working on some, I guess, relatively experimental pieces, some small blown glass pieces of various shapes and sizes. And the common occurring theme is the fact that we have two separate colors on the piece. So we have just transparent section up top, and then we have a transparent color, like a light pink, on the bottom half of the piece. So for everyone who just joined in or recently joined in, we are working on some little bit experimental items at the moment. They will possibly go into the store at some point, but the idea is we have had two separate blown bubbles of glass that we brought together by the openings, and that formed a clear section of our piece and a transparent pink section of our piece. And we're just now adding on some final details, which are these little decorative rings acting as handles. And this is the second one that we've made. We're just kind of changing up the shapes each time and having fun experimenting. And this is our resident hot shop team that you see on the floor. So these guys work here full time for the museum. And once we finish our piece of glass, we knock it off, torch the bottom, make sure that those cracks that appear don't spread anywhere, and then we place it inside of our annealer to let it cool down overnight. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece of glass. So that's the second piece that we've put away in there. That box sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So the glass we put inside of it is just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we put it away. Okay. And it sounds like that is going to be our lunch. When we return, we'll continue to work on various projects. We usually return just about an hour from when we finish, so we'll see you at just about 2 p.m.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back into my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet. We only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things, where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop.
Pulling?
Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork. And then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part. And then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Yay, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the visiting arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punting it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like uniform.
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cat? I could have kept it more. I'm gonna need some rabbage. Remy.
You can call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. You got a little air on it? Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Have me some tweezers. make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame working stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center. center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that pink or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first color type effect. And then also like playing into like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 20, 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together, so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where.
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Yeah.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just gonna do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
smallish thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. What would happen? I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap. Jay.
Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit. So, yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I started glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Roman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically, the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, And some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glassblowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Twice if you can make it. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine. Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you going to touch, Ben? Good. Touch those two together when we come off. We got a little time.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not?
No, because I need to take that out.
Three on the right, Eden.
Blow hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, take a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See this out?
Touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot torch?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off of the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, we'll see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
and then
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there, but they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably, 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and made actually haven't made very many more of them because there's so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, you know, sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes to fire.
Yeah. It's a way of working. You know, I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and, you know, Henry Moore and Calder and, you know, that whole modernist era. And because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by, you know, indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, you know, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, you know, I started, you know, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, you know, really into the process of, you know, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, you know, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, you know, then that is, you know, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, you know, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter, like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
My name is Ade Jean-Baptiste, and I'm from Westchester, New York. My work kind of tackles this idea of these creatures moving through this landscape. They're oftentimes a metaphor for the feeling of otherness, so it kind of is a metaphor for my own personal experience of maybe not being like the first one to land. My parents are immigrants. They immigrated to the U.S. during the 80s, but this kind of second generation that is kind of both kind of part of this other culture that is not American, but trying to fit into this American culture, which is with these aliens, it's the same thing. These aliens, they can't be human, they will always be alien, but they're kind of co-opting parts of human culture. So you can kind of see in some of the figures, the clothing that they wear, even sometimes the expressions and the kind of the funky things that I add to them that kind of push that narrative further. Color is really, really important in my work. I like to use the strongest opacity of color possible. Growing up, color was always around me. It kind of ties into growing up in a very, or adjacent to an urban environment and thinking about graffiti culture and things like that, where color is a huge part. It also is a way to kind of signify ourselves. I think my philosophy on art, it comes from a lot of different places. I would say that a lot of it comes from a place of conversation and community. So a huge part of my work, while I do have a huge artistic practice, I have a huge social practice. I wouldn't be here standing today without a larger community. Even just the flight out here, I was supported by Hilltop Artists, and I did a residency with them a week before. Even all the color bar that I have for this residency, I was sponsored by Olympic Color Rods. Shout out to them, they're amazing. And so I think that at its core, art for me is community. What even brought me into thinking about concepts of community was coming from a place of wanting to see more of myself within the hot shop space. During my undergraduate time, I ended up working with my professor and we collaborated on a series called the Black Glass Artist Series, where we bring in artists who are coming from the Afro diaspora to Alfred, New York to do a week-long residency where they get to make their work as well as collaborate with students. For me, that was really important because it came out of time through a lot of pain within the African American community here in the US during everything that was happening during BLM, and for a larger part of the US, them starting to kind of wake up and be like, gee willikers, like this is an issue. And so kind of utilizing people's kind of empathy toward that and kind of holding their feet to the fire, and like, if this is something that you're passionate about, donating money and working together. I was very fortunate to have Thurman Statham come down for our first auction and help donate some of his pieces and even be an auctioneer. And so I think that's another reason why I'm so drawn to community, is because of how that series was able to shape my collegiate experience, even my glass experience, working with all those different artists.
I'm Ayano Yoshizumi from Japan, and I'm based in Toyama Prefecture now. 6 objects. I draw on the paper. Then I just introduce more color and patterns into my work, because I've been making those series, but just like plain color or like plain color faded. So I just wanted a more complicated application onto it, because I'm trying to bend, because I always use mold to make a rectangle shape, but I wanted to distort it a little bit more. Yeah, so I really like the designing and colors as well. Especially I admire the Etrusorsas, like Italian design. Working in Australia changes me so differently. Like, I was preferred to use subtle color, which Japanese like, but it's really nice to get the people motivated. I love abstract painting, and I admire the French painter Henri Matisse. His drawing is pretty overwhelming to me, to be child but not childish. So that's a big mold, but I really wanted to do. So I'm gonna blow into it this afternoon to see how it goes. But I find the metal is, heavy, but it get a nice surface texture. Yeah, because the glass blowing is a lot of like practice and patience to get exactly what I wanted to done. So I really appreciate this opportunity to help myself, because we need to take advantage of how the glass community is small, so that's people can contact easily than like other industries. So I'm being at the TA at Toyama Institute of Glass Art, and then I wanted to encourage the student get more overseas to see cool things.
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Yeah, we're just getting started. Hey, welcome back. Glad to see you made it back. We're going to be continuing to work on the same project that you guys saw just before we took our lunch break, which are these small blown vessels. And we're using a couple of specific techniques, one of which is called an encalmo, which is basically bringing together multiple blown sections of glass to create a piece that has multiple sections of color or like different colors together. And we have a diagram to show this off, luckily. If we could have the encalmo diagram, please. So up on the screen now is that diagram. Just wanted to make sure you guys saw this so you had an idea of what we're going to be doing and how we're going to bring these pieces together. So we'll have a clear section of glass and then a transparent color of some sort coming together. And then we'll blow that out into a small form like a vase and add some handles to it. Thank you. So just when you guys were coming in here, Ben was creating these little loops that'll be used as decorative handles. Those were set aside in the garage right here, which we're using again. This sits at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we preheat pieces of glass up to that temperature or just keep them at that temperature inside of that box. Now to start all of our pieces, we gather up some clear glass out of the furnace, which is the tank with the closed door right there. And inside of here we have glass sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of a ceramic crucible. And using that single layer of clear glass, Ben has blown a bubble on the end of this blowpipe. So the glass furnaces, the ones that actually hold the molten material inside of them, those run 24/7. Everything else, including what we're reheating the glass inside of, those large open-face furnaces, those ones we turn off when we're done. And then we turn them on maybe an hour or so before we get started. Yeah, everything's running off of natural gas, including this torch that we'll see them using later on. And for those who have just joined in, just a brief little recap. The people you'll see on the floor today, they are our resident hot shop team, so they work here for the museum full time. And we're gonna see them make some small blown pieces, kind of like vases that might eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. They'll have some decorative handles, they'll have some interesting colors kind of coming together. So we're gonna have two separate bubbles being blown and worked with at two different benches, the left and the center bench, but eventually they will be coming together in the way that that diagram showed you guys. So we just brought some colored glass to the center bench on the end of another pipe. And I just wanted to show off an example. This is what colored glass looks like when we get it shipped in. It's called color bar, and we'll basically just break sections of this away and then attach it to the end of another pipe and then melt it down and eventually layer it on top of a bubble. So that's the process you're just about to see right here. This is called a color drop or a color overlay. So the team that works here full time, they've been working with glass for usually about 20 to 30 years each. And full time on top of that. So they make everything look really smooth, really easy. So with this glass right here at the center bench, we've completely rolled the color back. It's covering up the clear bubble. All you can see really is that colored glass. We'll let it cool down, and then we'll start gathering up layers of clear glass over top of the color. And this is just to build up some mass for the piece. And again, this is where we're getting our glass for those who just recently joined in. It's that tank with the closed door. Large ceramic crucible just filled with molten glass. So you can see it's grown exponentially. We'll sit down and we'll use our block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth out this fresh layer of clear. So with this bubble of glass, we're pulling the end of it out, and eventually I believe we're going to be going in and opening the end of this bubble out. And the reason we're doing this is so that we can connect that second section of blown glass that Sarah's been working with, opening to opening. So we section the end of the bubble off using the jacks, those two metal blades, just squeezing it down lightly. Then we cool down that connection with the diamond shears before knocking that end piece off. And this should have created a small opening in the end of our bubble. So going on the inside of the bubble with the jacks, we can slowly widen this out. We want it to be the same size, as close as we can get to the clear section of glass that we blew earlier. And we're bringing that second piece over for a quick size check. Make sure that those openings are lining up. So now we have our two sections connected. We'll give it a puff of air and then eventually break this second pipe away. And that leaves our two pieces connected. So what's cool about this is we could technically, if we want to, open up the end again and attach another section of blown glass and another and so on until we have all these different bands of color. But I think for this piece in particular, just like the last two we made, we're just going to leave it as these two sections of color and then blow it out into its final form. It's been different every time, so we'll see what shape they choose this time. So I thought this would be cool to point out. I know that maybe some of you guys were here for the first half of the day, but we worked on some of these seahorses inside of the stems of these goblets. You guys are welcome to take a closer look, take pictures. They're really pretty. They use a literal gold leaf in some of the designs, like the fins and the face. And these were used for the eyes, for example. It's a rod of glass with black in the center and yellow, yellow on the outside. But we created these specifically for our Red Hot auction coming up in mid to late September. It's something we do annually to raise funds for the museum. And this is a design that they're going to be making multiple of these goblets, or many of these goblets, and selling them during the event. So if you guys are curious about seeing that process, you can always go back in our live stream. This is being live streamed right now, or you could pop in another time on the live stream. I'm sure we'll be making them plenty for the next 6 months or so. So that's actually how that question got started. I was showing off these little bits of scrap from the seahorses because they don't want to waste any gold, so they put them all in this little dish, all the little trimmings. But usually when stuff falls on the floor, like all that scrap right there, to be fair, that's all that we've created in like 4 hours today, not a lot of scrap, but that stuff can't be reused because it's picking up wax and debris and dust and who knows what. And we don't want those particles messing up our pieces. So yeah, we do have to throw some of that stuff away. So with this piece of glass, we have already done a couple of important things. We've taken the jacks, again, those 2 metal blades, and we've squeezed into the glass off the end of the pipe, creating a weak point or a breaking point. And now we're using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper splashed with some water, to kind of guide which way the bubble blows out as we blow. And now we focus most of the heat on just the bottom, and we push a wooden paddle onto the bottom to flatten it. Finishing off the lower half of the piece entirely. Yeah, I get questions about why we use this torch, and I mentioned that we would probably light it up earlier, but this is also running off of natural gas around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're heating up sections of the glass at a time to kind of balance the heat out right now, because we just heated up the bottom a lot to flatten it. So now the other end attached to the pipe's getting kind of cold, so we apply extra heat. And now we are ready for an important moment. We just brought a second pipe over. We're attaching it right to the center of the bottom of the piece. We'll let that connection set up for just a moment before breaking the piece away with a little bit of water and a tap to the pipe. And now that we've heated up the front quite a bit, start going on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades. So the whole point of opening the piece that way and then cinching down, like creating that disc, that was just to get rid of a little bit of excess glass. And now we open it up to its full size, starting with the soffietta, which was that cone-shaped tool we used for just a second, which I think means little puff in Italian. We use a lot of Italian tools and techniques. But anyways, we use this cone to block off the opening of the piece, and then we reinflate the glass by giving it a puff of air. Now we've just started bringing over some of our decorative handles. We created a couple of these loops in the very beginning, right when a lot of you guys were coming in. And there's our second decorative handle. And I think that that's pretty much it for the piece. We'll see if they do anything further with it, but so now at this point, we're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. We're torching that glass, connecting the piece and the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. Then we know it's safe to apply some water and crack that connection enough to pop the piece off. So with just a tap of the pipe, we've knocked that piece off. We'll torch the bottom and then we'll put it away to cool down overnight inside of the annealer, which is that large black box over there. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thanks, guys. So that box is currently sitting at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, just about, and it's going to continue to sit at that temperature. We'll load pieces inside of it, press a button, and everything will slowly cool for about 12 hours or so. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And then it's off to the next one. This is a continuous demonstration or process, so we're going to continue working on these pieces right up until 5. Feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I know you've all joined in at different points. It depends on what we're doing in the day as to how many pieces we make. When we were making these seahorses earlier, we could finish one of those. I think they were making one every like 20 minutes or so. So we could make over a dozen of those a day easily. And when it comes to something more experimental, like if there's a visiting artist coming in and they want to make some really big stuff, maybe you only make 1 or 2 pieces a day because they're really complex and they take a lot of effort, big team. So yeah, it depends. These pieces right here are taking 30 minutes each. So for those who have just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. I'll give just a brief overview, talk about who we have here and what we have going on real quick. So we have our resident Hot Shop team on the floor. These guys work here full time for the museum. So if they are a familiar face, that's why. And we're going to see them work on some blown pieces that will possibly go into the Museum of Glass store eventually. Some blown forms a lot like vases. And the way that these are created is through using a technique called an encalmo. And luckily I have a diagram for this. If we could pop that up on the screen, please. Thank you. So up on the screen, I wanted to show off this encalmo diagram. Basically, we're creating two separate sections of blown glass. One over on the left bench, which is just clear glass, and then one right here at the center bench, which is a transparent colored glass, I think a blue this time, and then we'll bring them together, opening to opening. And we also have some handles that'll be going onto this piece, some amberish sort of golden handles that we made earlier. We set those aside to stay warm inside of this silver box right here called the garage. So with this bubble at the center bench, we blew it out, we lengthened it, and the length is just so that we can get a nice grip on it and basically just break an end piece off so we can open up the end of it completely. So we're sectioning it off right now. Using the jacks, those two metal blades, we're squeezing down lightly, not enough to completely cinch it closed again. And then using the diamond shears, we'll hold on to that connection to cool it down and thermally shock it before knocking that end piece off. Yeah, so color is added in the very beginning of the process, and luckily I have these examples right here. This is called Color Bar, and we get these shipped in from a few different companies. We'll basically just break sections of it off of the bar, attach it to the end of a different pipe, and then we will take that completely molten colored glass and drop it on top of the clear bubble and kind of just spread it over top. And so it's just a thin layer of color in the walls of the piece. Like this right here is mostly just clear glass, just a little bit of that amber sandwiched in the walls of the piece. And the more we blow a piece out, the more clear glass we add, the more diluted that color becomes or looks. So we have to know how much color to use in the beginning. So this space is used for a lot of different things. For the most part, this is a very professional studio, but we have workshops that guests can sign up for that we host over on the right bench. So like making something small like a paperweight or ornament. And then we also do have students in general coming down on the floor through Hilltop Artists, which is a local nonprofit organization that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And I was actually just telling some people about that earlier. Yeah, Hilltop Artists. If there are kids who would be interested in that, definitely get them involved because it's free. And that's how I got started in glass. We have them down on the floor frequently, the students in middle school and high school, both. So the piece that we put away earlier is done, but if we wanted to, like say this piece of glass right here, obviously I could touch it, I can hold it, it's out of the fire, but if we wanted to, we could heat this back up slowly, and we could pick it up again on the end of the pipe and continue to work with it and alter it, blow it out. And that applies to basically any piece of glass. You can rework it. It's not going to get brittle or lose any qualities or anything. So the artists have a pretty good amount of freedom of what they work on. So I think these pieces in particular are experimental, just something that they thought of or designed recently, and then they're like, hey, let's try it out today. So I don't think that these are necessarily going into the store, but if they're successful, then they will. So possible store items. So, I mean, maybe for the first piece, they have to give rules and figure out what step happens when. But there is usually kind of one proper way to do things or the best way to do things. And so a lot of them just know what step is supposed to come next from experience. Like if you notice that you flatten the bottom of a piece, or you notice somebody else has flattened the bottom of a piece, then you automatically could think, oh, they're going to need another pipe brought over pretty soon to attach to the bottom so that they can break it off with the first pipe. So if you just watch for those cues, then you can kind of predict what needs to happen next. So the pipes only get hot a certain way or amount down because apparently stainless steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat compared to other metals. And if we stick it deeper into the furnace, it will get hotter further down, but we don't really have to do that, so we just have usually that same amount of pipe is hot, and we just avoid touching it. And you can actually see a discoloration on the pipe where the glass is attached or where you frequently heat it. So now we can really start to work with this piece of glass and blow it out further. We're using the newspaper to guide which way it blows out. So yes, this pad is literally just folded up newspaper splashed with a little bit of water. And next comes the jack line, which is same thing as earlier, where you squeeze down with the jacks, those two metal blades, off the end of the pipe and create a weak point that we eventually break the piece off from. Oh, and you'll notice we'll use wooden paddles throughout the process sometimes to shield the artist's hand and arm from the radiant heat. Yeah, bigger the piece, more surface area, and the more heat is coming off of it onto your skin. So we're finishing off the bottom by flattening it with a wooden paddle. And once we have that flattened, we'll bring over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment and attach that right to the center of the bottom. Now after attaching that pipe, we break the first connection using a little water and just a quick tap of the pipe. And now we can open it up from the opposite end and finish off the entire shape. Yeah, just a blown piece in general. They've been doing a ton of different shapes. You could use it for anything. You could use it as a vase. Oh, it's already hollow. It's blown completely, and where we just broke it off of the first pipe, we now have an opening into that hollow space, so we can open it up the rest of the way, basically like a cup. Yeah. So we're stretching out some of this glass around the opening, and we will just break this away. We're just trying to thin out the glass right where the lip is going to be. So same thing as last time, holding on to that connecting point with the diamond shears, and then just knocking that excess bit of glass off. Actually, yeah, interestingly enough, the artists that work here do switch off and kind of take turns like working at the bench. Depending on what the project is, they all have their own skill sets, and then also they all come up with their own designs. So sometimes you'll see different people sitting at the bench. So once we have the overall shape of the piece, this is when we attach the handles. So these are just a couple of kind of amber colored decorative loops that we made earlier. And we're attaching them to the side of the piece, just 2 of them as handles. And yeah, for those who joined in more recently, we are working on some pieces that have the potential to become store items later on. But these are just kind of experimental, small blown glass pieces. And here's our second handle. And once we finish the piece, we do the same thing as earlier, breaking the piece off with a little bit of water, just at that connection point, and then a tap of the pipe. We'll knock it off and torch the bottom, make sure that those cracks don't spread any further than where they've been placed. And then the finished piece goes inside of the annealer over on the right wall, which sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit to slowly cool down overnight. So there is another piece done. I think that was our 4th one of the day. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to continue on those pieces, I think. We'll see. So first thing that's done is the creation of those little decorative handles, the little rings. So we take clear glass straight from the furnace, roll it into this metal dish that's on this table here, and that gives us our amber color. So we have our handles set aside in the garage. This large silver box keeps them at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is still solid for the glass. It's just warm enough to prevent it from breaking. And in the meantime, we're starting one of our bubbles. So this is 1/2 of our final piece. We have 2 different bubbles that we bring together. So we just brought some of that solid colored glass to the center bench. And we have our blowpipe with a little bit of clear glass, so we blew into a bubble. We're going to bring these two together by dropping that molten colored glass on top of the clear bubble. And that process is called a color drop or a color overlay. Again, it creates a really smooth, even layer of color across the piece, much like this amber cup right here. Very little color, just a little layer of it sandwiched within the walls of the piece. So the center bench, we're working on the transparent colored section of our piece, and then over on the left bench, we're working on the clear section of our piece, and we'll eventually bring these two together. And just in case anyone hasn't seen it yet, could I have the Encalmo diagram, please? Thank you. So I wanted to show this off real quick for anyone that hasn't seen this before. This is called an Encalmo, where we bring multiple sections of blown glass together, and this will create a piece that has different sections of color, or maybe even as far as rings of color if we keep adding section after section. But for this piece in particular, we just have that clear, and then we have our transparent color. Thank you. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. We are working on some blown pieces that are kind of prototypes for store items at the moment. And we have two separate sections to this one piece. Right here at the center bench, this is a transparent colored bubble. Over on the left bench, we have a clear bubble of glass, and we'll eventually bring the two together and create something that's kind of vase-like with some decorative handles. And this is our resident hot shop team that you see on the floor. So these guys work here full time for the museum. And we've been working on a variety of projects overall lately. Yesterday we had a really big project. People came in and we were working on lighting. Earlier today we saw them working on the seahorses for these goblets. So that's just a pipe cooler. It's a trough of water and just kind of a notch in either end of it so we can just set the pipe in and cool the pipe off. That's why you saw some steam rising. So a lot of the equipment, including what we're heating the glass up inside of, is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I know. So we broke the end of this bubble off at the center bench, and this revealed an opening, so now we can go on the inside and start to widen this until it's the same size as the opening of the clear glass bubble over on the left bench. And we just want to make sure those openings are just about the same size so that they come together smoothly. Yeah, so the clear glass, I think so far has mostly just been at the bottom of the piece, and then the transparent color is the top of the piece, and then the handles are placed, I think, right at the connection between the two colors. Yeah. But yeah, these have all been turning out a little bit different from each other, so I can't tell you the exact shape or anything yet. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. These are the prototypes. Yeah, I know. We're making some pieces earlier that were very consistent, like the, why did I, seahorses, there we go, for the goblets. But these are kind of prototypes for store items in the future. This is a design that they were thinking up recently. So now we bring our two pieces close to each other just to do a little size check. Now we just have to heat up the two openings and we can bring them together. So now we bring our two pieces together, we give it a little puff of air while we smooth out that connection point. And then all that's left is removing the secondary pipe that we used to carry the clear glass over. So there we have our two pieces connected. Now from here is where all of the blowing and shaping is going to happen. So we'll be able to close off this little opening on the end, and then we can just treat it like a normal bubble of glass. Yeah, surprisingly, it is pretty standard to see people in like t-shirts and shorts walking around in the hot shop, pretty much no matter which hot shop you go to. And it's interesting, as long as you're not touching the glass itself or the wrong end of a tool, then you're perfectly fine. So as long as you have basic knowledge of the hot shop, then you're good to go. Yeah, there's a middle school and a high school out here in Tacoma that each have a hot shop in the back of them, and even they don't have any like major injuries reported or anything ever. I've seen like small burns, of course, but yeah. Yeah. I always compare working in the hot shop to like working in a kitchen. You've got like in a kitchen, you've got like splashing liquids, you've got stuff that can stick to you, stuff doesn't look hot and you touch it. Here, at least it's glowing hot. You can tell that it's hot. And for anyone that's joined in more recently, I just wanted to share that we are working on basically some prototypes for the Museum of Glass store. And these are ending up kind of like small vases with two sections of color, which you could see those two separate sections right now pretty easily. We have clear on the very end of the bubble, and then we have, oh, I can't remember what color it is all of a sudden, closer to the pipe. But we're going to blow this out. Oh, I think it might be a pink. We might be the same as what we were working with earlier, which was a cranberry pink. Yeah, it's got. But either way, this is our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here full time on the hot shop floor right here. And we are working on those prototypes. You might see them on store shelves in the near future. So now that we've done some proper cooling on the end of the bubble and some proper heating in other areas, we're ready to blow this out. We're using this pad, which is just folded up newspaper splashed with some water to guide which way the bubble blows out. This torch runs around the same temperature as what we've been heating the glass up in already, 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We just use it to heat up sections of the glass at a time, or pinpoint heat. And then we start on that jack line again, which is that divot that we're squeezing in right now with those two metal blades, the jacks. Just creating a weak point to break the piece off. So we just flattened the bottom with a wooden paddle, finishing the bottom off. So now pretty soon we'll be bringing over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end and attaching that to the bottom. Yeah, right now we're attaching that second pipe. Yeah, there's just a second pipe that we're attaching to the bottom. There's a little bit of clear glass on the end, and that's just to connect to the piece. So we've just started working with the opening of the piece. First thing we did was flare the opening outward and turn it into basically this disc. And we're just trying to stretch the glass out at the top of the vessel. We're not going to be keeping this disc on the piece. And for those who just joined in, these are some prototypes for the Museum of Glass store. We're practicing making a few different shapes and just working with a general design in mind, which is the fact that we brought a clear section of glass together and a transparent colored section of glass together. So we just knocked that little piece off. That should leave us with just the right height and a nice thin lip. Yeah, so the bottom of the piece is always created first for blown pieces, like the bottom of a cup, and then we attach a pipe, like we have attached right now. And then when we break the bubble off from its first pipe, which is a blowpipe, by the way, we're left with a small opening. So from there, we start heating it up and flaring it open and finishing the piece off. So every piece, no matter if it's a bowl or a cup or a vase, always the same relative process where we create the bottom first, attach a pipe, and then break it off. So we're preheating some tweezers. We're going to pick up our first ring, which is our decorative handle. We'll just heat up where we want the handle to be connected to the piece. And stick it right on. And we just have to do that same process to the opposite side, keeping everything symmetrical. The glass is hovering just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now, by the way. So even though it's solid, it's still really hot. Yeah, these are just blown pieces, vessels, blown forms, but it could be used as so many different things, like a cup or a vase. So at this point, we're just getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. We're torching that glass, connecting the piece and the pipe, and then we eventually will apply some water to that connection and then pop the piece off. Oh, this part's really quick. So we applied that water, that cracked the connection enough that when we tap the pipe, it pops right off. We torch the bottom, preventing those cracks from traveling, and then we are done with this piece. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. And this is the annealer. This is where we put all of our finished pieces, like finish for good. Sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And we press a button and it slowly cools everything all at the same time, usually about 12 hours or so. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. And then it's on to the next one. They're a well-oiled machine, getting started right away. So just to make sure everyone is caught up, I know I saw a group join in earlier. We are going to be working on some prototypes, basically, for some pieces that will go into the Museum of Glass store in the future. And these have two separate sections of blown glass that come together to form one bubble or one piece. Just like that last piece you saw, we're basically going to do that same process, but each of these pieces are turning out just a little bit of a different design overall, like a little bit of a different shape. So we start by making those little decorative handles, which are those rings that we attached onto the side of the piece. Once we finish these, we set them aside in the garage to keep them warm, which is this silver box right here. To keep them at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's basically like putting the glass on pause. The black box that they put it in, it's called, oh wait. What did they make? Like, what is it supposed to be? Yeah, so it's, I don't know, they've just been calling them basically like a blown form or something, you know, very general, but I'm sure you could use it as a vase, and some of them are opened all the way, like flared out, so you could use those as a cup, and maybe you could use it as a decanter, put like a nice drink in there. But yeah, just a very general blown form. Yeah, exactly. You got it exactly right. But for anyone else that hasn't seen the hot shop before, the tank with the closed door that we've been going inside of, that's where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. We have a large ceramic crucible filled with just specifically clear molten glass that sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So once we pick that up, we've been rolling it in this dish, this metal dish. It just has shards of colored glass in it that stick to the outside of the clear and then form a layer of kind of an amber color for this piece. So for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. We are working on some basically prototypes for the Museum of Glass store, some items, and you could think of these as maybe small vases, and we have a couple of different pieces of glass that we'll work on at the same time that eventually come together for this one piece. So at the center bench right here, you're about to see a process called a color drop or a color overlay, where we take molten colored glass and we drop it on top of a clear bubble. And eventually this will be completely layered over top of that clear bubble to the point that you look at the piece and it just looks like one smooth, even layer of color, like this right here. But really, it's just a thin layer of color sandwiched in the walls. So now this color is completely layered over top of that clear bubble. And over on the left bench, we're working on the clear section of this piece. We'll have a clear section and then a transparent colored section that'll come together. And once we've let that cool down a certain amount, we can go ahead and gather up some layers of clear over top of our color. And this is just giving us more mass to work with, more material to work with, so we can actually blow this out. Yeah, over on that left bench, if you're curious about what they just did there, they sectioned the bubble off at the very end so that they had this larger section, smaller blown section, and just a little gap that flows air in between the two. So when they broke that end section off, they end up with a small opening, and then they can just continue to open it up from there. And we'll do the same thing right here at the center bench too. Actually, we'll open up the end of the bubble, and that way we can bring the two together, opening to opening. And that's how we're attaching these two separate sections of glass. So we opened up the end of this bubble right here at the center bench as well. We'll open it up until it's the same size as the opening of the clear glass over on the left bench. At some point, we'll do a size check by bringing the two close together, make sure that they're around the same size, and then we'll go ahead and connect them. So once we bring those two together, we just give them a light puff of air, smooth out that connection before breaking this smaller pipe away. So now we have our two blown sections together. And we can basically just treat it like a normal bubble of glass from here, blow it out into anything that we want. And so far, all of these pieces have turned out a little bit taller and longer, so more vase-like or cup-like. And welcome into the hot shop. We're continuing to work on our blown prototypes for our Museum of Glass store. So we'll see them finish this piece off. We already have two separate sections of glass that we just brought together, a clear section and a transparent colored section. We also have some handles for this piece, some little decorative rings that we'll be attaching to the sides when we are pretty much done with the overall shape. So first thing we're going to be doing is closing off the end. There's a small opening from where we broke it off of its previous pipe. And next, starting on one of the most important parts of a blown piece, which is the jack line. So using the jacks, these two metal blades, we're squeezing down into the bubble and just creating a weak point to break the piece off later on. So we're just finishing flattening the bottom of the piece, pushing a wooden paddle onto the bottom, keeping the jacks on the side of the piece. And once we finish flattening the bottom, we are ready to attach a second pipe to the bottom and break this piece away from the pipe it's on now. So we bring that pipe over, attach it right to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then to break the piece off, we apply water, cracking that connection from thermal shock. And then with the tap of the pipe, the piece is released from the blowpipe. So that little piece of glass we broke off was just a bit of excess, a little bit of trimming that we did. And now we can open it up like normal. Yeah, once they finish blowing out the piece, this is when they add on those decorative handles, which we prepared just before the start of this piece. Just one on either side. And I think that the colors that you see right now are pretty accurate to the final piece. So the handles are amber, and the body is clear, and then transparent, sort of pink amber color, pink aurora, something like that. So after attaching that second handle, this piece is basically done. We'll just start getting ready to break it off the pipe and put it away. To break the piece off, we just apply a little bit of water and then a quick tap of the pipe and it is off. Torch it to get rid of any cracks that might remain, and then we put it inside of the annealer. This box will slowly cool the glass down overnight. Yeah, usually about 12 hours of cooling.